Thank you, Parkon, and Katon, hobbyist game developer / VTuber. Just in time for the first attack to show up. Hello, Amy. Thank you, Parkon. Well, I am kind of tired today. Overall, yesterday was not as great as I was hoping. Also, I'm stuck in the wrong position.
Headpats incoming.
I'm getting
The
headpats.
mute purr mewing her purr.
I forgot to move myself back to my normal position after the last thingamading. I actually have to move myself again. Last stream we did collab with Olivia doing Metal Gear Solid 3, and I, forgot to move myself back in the normal position. So, as far as stuff that I got done yesterday, like I said, it wasn't as much as I was hoping. I did not get as much done yesterday, but, I mean, I did basically just about finish the 93R model. So, this is what it's looking like so far. You'll notice I have turned the outlines off. I am actually thinking about and kind of experimenting with the concept of not going with the inverted hull outlines in the final game. As it stands, like, inverted hull outlines in and of themselves are kind of a pain, and we've ran into all sorts of weirdness with it. We turned this on, and, like, there's plenty of weird, odd angles where it just doesn't look great. It cuts the fire indicator in half, and, there's that weird cut that shows up in the barrel at certain angles. All of those have been, like, issues, and, like, at the end of the day, when I turn it off, the gun looks fine, honestly. The gun looks great. Even if we unselect everything, we hide everything, like, the gun looks great, honestly. We throw it against a background. That looks great, honestly. Even from above, that's still decently recognizable. And, like, a lot of characters are going to be holding it at a slight angle anyways, especially because, like, the camera is still not entirely top down. Like, you'll likely be seeing it like this at certain angles, but, like, it'll still be like this at most angles. Like, even with the character's hand covering it here, that's still decently noticeable now. Part of that is because I spent plenty of time making sure that it was shaded well and has a decent amount of details. As it stands, a lot of like geo that I made for this didn't really need to be made, and I could have probably flattened a lot of it into the general model, and that would have been a cut down on the workflow as well. Overall, lots of improvements that we can make to the workflow to make it viable for us to just shade the models better and then not need the outlines. Like, overall, this looks great. And this is, of course, a hell of a lot easier than PBR. Like, actual PBR textures. Like, it's technically more time-consuming, but I don't feel like my brain is fucking melting from trying to understand how PBR materials work, and also how to get PBR materials to look good, doing all of the normal mapping stuff, and all of that. I could just do it myself. And look at that, that looks great. And not to mention, it is also... So, I modeled this and didn't realize that the 93R actually has this, like, extra cut here. And rather than remodeling it to add the extra cut, I just shaded in so that you don't even notice. You don't even notice. I do something similar, actually, with the LA Sniper Rifle. If we actually look at it, so there's clearly this, like, extended section out here, except if we see it side on, that's not actually modeled. It's just a trick of the texture, and it works really fucking well, especially for Ellie here. And the whole model looks nice and rounded, even though it is, you know, mega sharp. But it gets away with it. And all we gotta do is just shade the model goodly. Honestly. And it works really well. Like, there's certain angles we could argue that there's some ambiguity on what's going on with it, but it's still just fine. It does not need outlines. It does not need outlines. It really doesn't. By the way, I am realizing, so with the beretta, I was saying like, oh, I don't want to have to animate the hammer, because I want to keep the recoil animation simple. It should just be a slide. Then I remembered that, like, with the sniper rifle, I just have to turn this back on. Yeah. Oh, okay. So if I turn off the overlays, you can actually see the stuff still. Actually, hang on. Is there a there's a pose position, rest position? I should be using this. Alright. There's the bone. There's the magazine. And that's the bolt. That's how that works, and then the bolt carrier goes back. Normal. She goes not all that way back. She goes to about there. Technically speaking, it should go a little bit farther back, just because it should be picking up a round from the magazine. And notice that's not quite enough clearance. But it's excusable enough. Alright, if I Alt-GR and then Alt-R, you know, that puts the bolt back into position. The magazine can also be removed. So that's inherently more complicated than just having a slide that goes back. Therefore, we will have to consider bolt cycling animations that are a little bit more complicated. A little bit more complicated than just that going back. So it will be something that we have to consider. That being said, if we do want to just go ahead and add in a skin to the hammer, that should be very easy. I was also going to ask what the hammer actually pivots on. It's also possible that what the hammer pivots on is entirely hidden. But as we've established before, I've got my own reference, technically speaking. Not a perfect reference, but it is a reference. I am just hoping that I won't need to remesh this or edit the mesh and all. I already had to edit in the mesh because I did not include this before. This is a new addition. This is the slide recoil spring guide rod assembly, I believe is what it's called. And that was not previously on there. When the slide went back, there was just nothing there, which is a mistake. So that has been rectified. But I rectified that specifically because I had just enough space down here to stick an extra. And this extra in and of itself is like, I had to eyeball the sizing of it. This is potentially not properly scaled to the same island scale as the rest of the UV map, and I'm just going to deal with it. I've eyeballed it to be close enough perspective-wise. Yeah, so yeah, looking at my Airsoft Beretta 92, which is a gas blowback one, which means it does have like a proper functioning hammer. But I am noticing that there isn't like a, like the grips are covering both sides of where the hammer actually pivots on. I can kind of see where the hammer is pivoting inside of the right grip. The thing is, I'm not modeling that. But I at least can tell where that is coming from. I am going to need to move this on to safe. I am confirming that it is unloaded. There's no magazine, and therefore no gas. And I just want to pull the hammer back here and kind of confirm. Again, it's not a one-to-one weapon because this is a Beretta 92, whereas we are modeling a 93R, which has quite a few noticeable changes. There's quite a few noticeable changes. This fire selector is completely different from any 92. Even this 92 that is bizarre and has a full auto fire selector, it's still not even close to how this one behaves. Because it's actually just, it's the same as a normal Beretta fire selector, just with full auto in between semi and safe, which is weird, I know. But a lot of the other parts of it are pretty similar. Things like the takedown pin thingamadingy here. Those are pretty similar. The slide lock is pretty similar. And the hammer is definitely very similar, but I did want to kind of get a sense of where that's pivoting. That's the important part. Alright. Safely decock this and put it back on safe. And close the case. This case wants to be a problem all the time. That means that I probably want the, like, place that it rotates around to be right here. The question is, does the hammer actually have, like, geo back there? That's the big thing I want to ask. Here. In pose position. Oh, that's right, I have geo off, that's why, or the overlay's off, that's why I can't find anything. Oh boy, it does not have geo for it. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. What's the UV look like for this guy? Right. Okay. That's gonna be a problem. Know that we want it to rotate roughly around here. So we're going to stick our 3D cursor there and use it as a rotation source. You know, no, that would still bug me. But you know, I might be able to get away with... Might be able to get away with this. think I'll add in a little bit of geo to the hammer, but it is also going to be kind of different geo. I could just stick it somewhere else on the UV sheet. I do have plenty of room for it. The real question is, I mean, getting it to the exact same scale is actually going to be easy because I can actually just, like, put it next to this and compare it, and then move it to where I want it to be. Okay. So here's what we do. We rotate this to its upright position. And then we are going to add in... Let me actually come to like... I think I mostly just want to come straight down with it, but do still come straight a little bit out. So I'm going to select all of this. I'm actually going to remove these from the root vertex group. I'm going to add a new group called hammer. We are just going to go ahead and do this. By the way, there's a side quest, in case anybody has noticed. I've been recently distracted because I randomly decided I wanted to do a shitpost type thing in which I describe every, or almost every, it doesn't really have to be every create mod item because that is actually kind of a Herculean task, as I am noticing. But I would like to describe a vast majority of create mod items with Dracula flow quotes. If anybody has any suggestions for that, you should definitely toss them out. If you've got them. Actually, go ahead and I'm going to hide everything else. Yeah, I think all we really need to do is add this geo. And that's probably just enough. So now, oh, well, we do still need to kind of link the extra bit in the back. So I'm going to do just this. That's all I need, I think. Then we don't even need a couple of those faces. We don't need this face, I believe. So that doesn't show up. We could also, we probably have enough space for us to just, like, fit it in here, honestly. Or at least, like, fit in specifically... this piece like this. I marked this as seam. But I need to go through all of these and pin these verts. And then re-unwrap it. And see, that just does that. Awesome. Cool. As for these two slices, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go ahead and mark these as seams. And then unwrap them. That's gonna make them pretty fucking big, but that's why we're gonna bring it out here. And I'm going to scale them down until they are appropriately sized with the existing hammer pieces. And that looks to be good. Well, no, all you have to do is reopen the sheet. Well, I can also, like, re-export these. Yeah, actually, I do want to also rotate this. Something. $113 doesn't sound exactly what I wanted, but it's fine. And yeah, we have enough texture resolution to hit that just fine. As it stands, weapons are 1024 pixels, which is probably more than the weapons need. At the same time, there is some, like, noticeable pixelation on it anyway, so maybe 1024 actually is exactly just what we need for guns anyways. Granted, that pixelation isn't super noticeable at the distances it's actually good at, but eh. Anyways, I'm going to now unhide. By the way, I also want to make sure I select all of these. Remove from every other thing. And then add it to him. To make sure that that is done. And then, I'm actually going to go to 3D cursor. We're going to center the 3D cursor on the x-axis. And before we continue with the rest of the stuff, let's go ahead and add it as a bone on the armature. We will parent it to the root. Although, I think what we're actually just going to do is just do a new bone and name it hammer. We created it at the thing here. Now if we go to pose mode. Oh, you're in rest position. Here. Now I can cock it back to the pose it was at before. Back into object mode, so now we can hide that again. There we go. So now I just need to fix the texture. And in order to do that, we need to go back into object mode, select everything. I might need to screen blur for a sec. I'm going to UV, export UV layout. I have to find the previous UVs file, full opacity 1, all UVs, export layout. And then, this. Reopen our texture sheet. And I need to delete the old Star K10 UVs. I had it at 5 opacity. And I need to go find file again, re-import it. So now I've got the extra pieces here. And I put it at 5%. Okay. I'm just going to expand this up. Well, granted, I could also make it a different color. Make this polygon darker, but this polygon might actually be the lighter color. Specifically, this color. Oh, but I am going to need to fix the mask first. I'm actually going to turn off the black real quick. Myself. I'm going to take the alpha mask here that I've been using, and I'm going to put that on there. I am, of course, going to need to come to view. I need to select 255. Now I want to do sharpen the selection to fill you with that. Let's fix those. Oops. So I'm going to do you there. I'm actually going to fix these edges there. But I also wanted to see that, which I'm going to do this line. Darker color. Now for these. First off, I do want to just make sure that their base colors are right. Let's also go ahead and export. I don't know if this is going to go to the right place. It's good enough. Then come back in here, Alt-R to refresh the image, and there we go. Got the modified hammer now. I wonder, if I select this, go into pose mode, and turn off overlays, can I change, or, oh, wait. Oh, I can move it whilst I have turned off the overlays. Okay, that works. Alright, I just need to select... Yeah, I need to use this to select what I've selected. I think I can't actually select bones whilst the overlays are off, though. I'm going to Alt-G this. There we go. Then I can rotate you. Look at that. Bang, 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 bang. That's how a hammer works. Alright. In fact, I kind of actually do want to make this, I kind of do want to make this the rest position. I'm going to edit mode real quick. Rotate it like this. Back in object mode. Actually need to go to pose mode so I can reset the rotation on you. Hopefully it's not rotated in a weird way. And then I still have the 3D cursor at the position we need it to be. Right to about there. I wonder, does the reference I have here have it? It's a 92 ref. Where's the main ref? Here it is. Yeah, the main ref I had actually had the hammer back, and wow, I actually had it perfect first try. Nice, okay, cool. Back to object mode. The hammer is looking pretty nice. I could add more shading to the thing, but it's not necessary. Yep, even when it's at that rest position, it's still just in there, so I don't need any extra geo there. Awesome. That solves it. Do normal that video. Turn overlays off so that I can see this. Close this back in the position it's supposed to be at. Probably about here, right? About right. Object mode, hide it, and now we can switch to frozen rest. Yay! Technically speaking, I also could have looked at this to get the reference. That's actually not as far back as I was thinking. So I can actually come in here, pose mode, along normal Y, to that there. I'd imagine then in that case, maybe it's because the bolt... I mean... I envision this with the magazine actually in. I guess that technically could work. It could be that the bolt is a little bit further back in the thing than I thought. Which, I mean, again, as it stands, the bolt is not even textured in there, and that's mostly because you could not be able to actually get that done. Again, all I have for reference myself is an airsoft, and that doesn't exactly have a proper, 9mm bolt to it. Technically speaking, I could go to May about it, but there's also entirely a possibility that a 92 bolt is going to look drastically different from a 93R bolt anyways, and that would be, hilarious and embarrassing. So I'd rather just leave it this way. Sega Pro Companitas, how you doing? I have a side quest for everybody who comes through. I'm working on a list. I'm working on a list of trying to describe various create items with Dracula flow quotes. So if you got any suggestions for that, I will gladly listen to them. I've actually got all 5 Dracula flow transcripts up here for me to reference, and that's kind of what I was distracting myself with before I actually got around to streaming. So far, one of my favorite ones so far is the cuckoo clock one. It is the quote from number 4. If this watch breaks, the foreign exchange market will take a 28% hit. People will die. I love that quote, especially because it like implies that this is actually secretly the suspicious cuckoo clock, the one that explodes. I like that quote. As it stands, like when we do, if I do this video theoretically, I will be posting it, or like it'll just be an image of the block, right? So you don't know if it's a real cuckoo, if it's the normal cuckoo clock, or if it's a suspicious cuckoo clock, because the image on both of those is the same. Hee hee. It will explode. Yeah, that's the thing. I wrote down the potato cannon here, and like when I did the potato cannon originally, I did the original line that always sticks out to me. The Smith & Wesson got me moving like an invasive species, which I actually put into the stream title, but with Pietro beretta, because we're doing the 93R. But you're right, there are like 50 bajillion lines about guns that could fit for the potato cannon, and that is one of the most difficult things. And like the potato cannon is the one singular gun in all of Create Mod. So it's real tough to choose just one for the potato cannon. And like I am personally biased towards that Smith & Wesson line. There's something about it I just really liked. It is the like one that always stuck in my brain after first seeing Dracula Flow. But is it the best line to describe the potato cannon? Maybe not. Maybe it is. But yeah. Regardless, we have fixed, for the most part, the hammer. Smoking indigenous fronto leaf and bacon, egg, and cheese. Huh. Oh, The thing is that is a problem, is that I'm trying to do a general for the block itself. I cannot be specific about how it's being used, and that's the problem with the mechanical fan. The mechanical fan has hundreds of uses. By the way, speaking of mechanical fan, I also had to make sure that nozzle was in there. Nozzle's literally just gonna be, this shit ain't nothing to me, man, because the nozzle's fucking useless. I am also tempted to make this the extended I don't give a shit one. If they paid me for how much I give a shit, I'd be broke because I don't give a shit. It's like 3 whole lines. I want to say it was 4, but it might have been 3. By the way, the spun around the block so many times they thought it was fucking Minecraft. I'm putting that on the turntable, and that's gonna be funny. Shit, where was it? Where was it? It's not in 4. I think it is actually 3 then. Oh yeah, no, yeah. You think I care about this shit? Ask me if I care about this shit, because I don't give a shit. If I had $1 for every time I say I give a shit, I'd be broke, because I don't give a shit. That's the one. No, yeah, Benitez, I did just say, spun around the block so many times they thought it was fucking Minecraft. That one is actually the turntable. I will have to figure out what the mechanical bearing is, though. Did figure out Clockwork Bearing. Clockwork Bearing was easy. It's the only other one that's timed. My watch costs 50 bands, and I still don't have time for you fuckboys, because Clockwork Bearing is exclusively for making gigantic fucking clocks. Honestly, you know what? I might try and do a Clockwork Bearing clock in Catgirlcraft. Maybe. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Yeah. As it stands. You know, the USP does actually have an external hammer. The problem is, I don't think this is modeled in a way that... Actually, maybe it's modeled in a way that lets it move. It might still be moved. Or it might still be... It might need more geo in order for it to actually move. Minigun equivalent for the gun mod. Yeah, as I was saying before, Benitez, by the way, I'm actually considering doing the game without the inverse hole outlines. Handheld belt-fed Gatling gun. Firing full power rifle rounds. You can do, that's you know, hand crank Frank, as H3VR calls it. The big fucking brass gun with the ammunition hopper. And then for some reason a box mag in the hopper. Excuse me. Doom 3 chain gun sound. I haven't heard the Doom 3 chain gun. I didn't even know Doom 3 had a chain gun, honestly. And also, you know me, I hate calling those guns chain guns because they're not chain guns. But you know, I'll leave it alone for now because I'm gonna get cats bilking if I talk more about it. Always do. Yeah, so, as I was saying, I was considering actually doing the rest of the art style without the outlines, because honestly, the gun looks great without outlines. I think as long as I'm actually, like, properly shading the guns, it probably look just fine. As it stands again, like, this thing definitely needs to be updated and actually, like, change the texture and all that. I might even just remodel it, honestly. It was a good, like, halfway art test, but this is actually an even better art test, honestly. Single energy weapon? Prismarine. Interesting concept. I feel like another... Like, redstone could also be involved in that, but Prismarine does seem more like a crystal function. I've heard of it, yes. Because I was friends with Carrie. Technically still friends, but, you know, we don't really hang out all that much these days. Especially because I'm out of null pointer now. Not big fan of Hideous Destructor because it was it seemed a little clunky to me, just observing it from outside. Yeah, not that it's necessarily bad, it just isn't really that interesting to me as a result. That's the main thing. So, the funny thing is, I said before that putting an animated skeleton in into another animated skeleton is not a great idea, but then I realized that, like, technically it's not a terrible idea in this situation to do something like that. But what I could also do is kind of just localize the animations to Unity itself, like author the animations in Unity rather than in Blender and having to deal with the funkiness of exports. And then using those to actually kind of interpolate the proper way. Specifically, the only animations I actually... Which, by the way, another thing that I do need to get done... I'm going to need to split the magazine into its own object, because scaling it down, especially if we're going to actually animate it, scaling it down to hide it is... oftentimes can lead to some weird, unexpected behavior. So instead, I would like to just be able to actually hide it. And in order to do that, it would need to be a separate object. And I also want to be able to place the magazine in the character's hand when they go to reload. And the best way to do that is going to be by making it a separate object that we can then parent to the character's hand whenever they're reloading. I think that's going to be what we end up doing with it. And it's going to be what we end up doing with most weapons in the game as well. So I do want to try and get that done as well. What I can do is I'm going to go ahead and select the magazine. And select the magazine. And we are going to have to split this... Oh, sorry, separate it. Separate selection. I'm going to name this magazine. And now, I believe, because it is still parented, and I bet you it's still set as an armature parent, it'll still pose correctly. And it'll be like that. Technically speaking, it'll also like have a central position defined by the root. But that can be pushed out into its own object and used for that. I may still need to do some extra processing because it's likely that the magazine will be specifically have its origin as the gun's origin. So you might need to set some custom offsets so that it is put into the right position into the character's hand. But that is equally doable. In fact, what we could do is use the magazine bone here, and that can inform Unity. If I just be like, Unity, use this bone and then like inverse transform this bone's position to place it into the character's hand. That'll also put it into the right direction. Then he does. Yeah. So that sucks. Now neither of my browsers want to compound that into the black cat. It's just giving me cat and black square. I'm getting cheesed. Gosh darn it. Yeah, that's the thing I can do.
Tactical repositioning requested.
Oh, Sangry Protocol, Crazy Stewie.
Reminder to maintain hydration levels.
Now I'll sip water. Crazy Stewie, how much do you know about the Minecraft Create mod? I'll get that back. Yeah. How much do you know about the Minecraft Create mod, Stewie? And also, again, here's the beretta model. Approximate knowledge. And also, how much do you know about Dracula Flow is the question. They have transcripts of it, by the way. Again, I have the transcripts pulled up whilst I was kind of figuring it out for myself. Let me hide the armature here. Pistol. Italian Wurst pistol. Oh, I said like pistol. Yeah, this should be enough for us to just like export this out as an object, run into some problem, create. No, it's our side quest. If you look on the right side of my screen, we have a side quest to describe, create mod items with Dracula Flowquotes. I've been working on it for a while. It's part of the reason why I started streaming late, honestly, was I was distracted doing this. If you had any ideas, that would be cool, and you could be talking about that. As I was saying before, I think one of my favorites so far is the cuckoo clock one. So if my watch breaks, the international stock market will take a 28% hit. People will die, which implies that it's the suspicious cuckoo clock that's exploding. That one's a good one that I like. Funnily enough, the flywheel one, being the 12,000-year-old Jenkem line, is actually supposed to be a reference to how flywheels used to be used back in the early days of Create, when it was used with the furnace thing, and now it is entirely a decorative item and doesn't actually do anything. And of course, Turntable is the spun around the block so many times they thought it was fucking Minecraft. Shaft is absolutely going to be the we on the court straight fundamentals line. There's more to it though, but that's absolutely the straight fundamentals block of Create, right? Is the Shaft. I don't know why I say it like that. I say it like that every fucking time. I think it's because I saw that one video from the one guy who sounds almost pitch perfectly like he's Alex Jones, but he's nothing like Alex Jones, thankfully. I've watched a few of his videos where he's doing, like he did a couple of tutorials getting into the new Create update. I don't feel like trying to look it up at the moment. Yeah, so I think if we just go ahead, I can actually do, I believe, if we do the export, let me try this out. I'm going to export FBX, and then I have an operator preset, Unity Animated FBX. I believe I do use these transforms when it actually has an armature. We're not baking animation. In fact, we might need to go back and check. And we might need to reset all of the bones when we export, because I don't know if it's going to export in pose position or in rest position. We'll have to see. Yeah, we could theoretically animate it in Blender. But the thing is that what I was talking about earlier was I only want an animation of the slide going back, the slide going forward, the slide getting locked because it is ran out, and that's it. And then like the slide snapping back after reloading and whatnot. And no other animation. The idea being that we can turn off the magazine and just put the magazine in the player's hand, have the player kind of reload as normal type deal. And then the animations are going to be explicitly just for moving the slide during firing and reloading. That's kind of the idea. Yeah, we want active collection. Only deform bones. Export FBX. I usually check up there to make sure that the program responds. That's how I usually tell if it's done. What am I getting over here? Oh. Actually, I don't want to mark this as unread, but I'll look at it later. It's not actually that important, though. But I will check the group chat. Well, that's really good. We're getting distracted. Yeah, I think I am gonna end up going with not having outlines in the future. But I've exported my thing. I'm gonna go to pistols and let's get the FBX file in here. We will also need to pull in the materials as well. Start this K-Ton. And then... Wait, no. Start this with things. Take these. And put them in here. I don't know why Dropbox is telling me that these are cloud only, but they're definitely on my computer. Because I just saved them. Alright. Out of curiosity, if I do this, but then I don't think it's letting me do it. I was wondering if I could do something where I could instantiate this material. So I don't have, you know, a bunch of materials using the same thing. I could map it, but it looks like... Because there should be a way, like, per object to set an override of a parameter like the texture. But I am not seeing that, so instead, I'm going to get rid of this apply. I'm going to extract materials here, select folder. Alright, so we need this to be Universal Render Pipeline unlit. At some point, these are probably going to use custom materials because I want to apply all sorts of cool little effects, so shader effects on guns. And that's likely going to require me to have custom materials on them. But for now, we are just going to do this. Base map is that. By the way, I will also go to you, and I'm going to do point no filter with no compression, because compression usually ruins the colors. Now it looks like this. Yay! I do think Unity's way of filtering textures definitely sucks, especially with point. honestly, I would rather have it like this. Actually, looks just fine from most angles. The mesh itself for the USB is still only 7% larger, which I think is actually exactly how it is in my reference file here. Like when I was comparing it to Surface Stream, which is right here. Surface Stream is still quite a bit bigger, but I was also like, yeah, it better be. It's 45. Also, it does feel a little bigger than usual. I think I am going to end up redoing a lot of the weapons by the time I actually, you know, get everything in. And you know what else I'm going to end up doing? By the way, also, just for the proof of concept, you're going to unpack the prefab. So this is no longer the locked model prefab. And then you can actually pull the magazine out as its own separate object. Now, there is also, in the object here, the actual armature. So, interestingly enough, hang on a second. Let's put this back here. This isn't a skinned mesh renderer. That's concerning. Hold on. Why is this not a skinned mesh renderer? Hold on, because you're set up this one, right? Weapon mesh is a skinned mesh renderer. Second protocol Sun Fraser, why are you already throwing your cheese at me? There's no reason for you to throw cheese at me, frame one.
Carpet.
Reminder to maintain hydration levels.
Well, yeah, the weapon mesh here is a skin mesh renderer, and yeah, of course that's working. So, avatar definition, no avatar. So I didn't have to do that. In that case, why is this? Why are they mesh renderers and not skinned mesh renderers? I don't understand. Export FBX. have all this. Let's actually try something. Negative Y forwards the up. See how he ends up taking that. I'm gonna take you real quick, get rid of you, so otherwise you're gonna break. Get rid of it. Import the FX into Blender and then see if it still has bones. I mean, it very clearly has bones. The armature is there. It's just for some reason they're all not skin mesh renderers. I saw something here for a second. Okay, let's apply that. And if I look at Weapon Pistol Starter Anime here, there's no animation data available in this model. Again, generic, no avatar standard for bones. So you want to look at this real quick. There's still mesh renders. Also, this is how I could probably actually get it changed, I think. Uh-huh. That's probably actually how I could have, I don't know if that actually sticks, though, is the problem. Who knows? If I do big axis conversion, though, does that then... Kind of. It does still, like, rotate it weirdly, but it is still actually facing the right way. Which is cool. The problem is, it's still mesh render instead of skin mesh render. Why is that? Hang on. Quick question. In edit mode. These are all deform bones. Once again, if I pull this out into the project here, and I expand this, the armature is here. The hammer is not attached to the root. Hang on a second. I might need to fix that. I need to fix that real quick. I don't know if that's going to necessarily fix anything, but I should probably fix that. Export FBX. I'm actually going to go ahead and just replace the file internally. I'm actually going to remove it from the scene here again. And then we will re-import it, but I'm going to do that because annoyingly, if I drag and drop it into here, it's just going to create a duplicate, and I don't want that. So instead, take this folder here. Projects, Unity, Toaster Gun, Assets. This takes forever to load each folder for some reasons, and that's annoying. Weapons, pistols. Copy the pistol starter. Qton FX. Replace the file in the destination. it to do re-import. There's still mesh renderers. But at least now the hammer is now under the root, which is how it's supposed to work. But why are you not? Why are you not? Do I need to export this with animation? There should be no animations in it. I also feel like I didn't do that with the Ami pistol. It still has no animation data available in this model. Why is it not fucking importing as a skinned mesh? I don't understand what is going on here. Which, yeah. This actually says, I had bones which I moved, not rotated, with control objects. I had to move these bones up the bone hierarchy and link them directly to the root bone. And I had to make sure the control objects had enough links and constraints to compensate the lost parent dependency to use those wait. Make sure the control objects have enough links and constraints. No, we're not using control objects. Doesn't make sense either. Hang on. Bring you out. No part of this has a separate mesh renderer. There's just mesh renderers here. And they are not responding to the thing because they're not skinned mesh renderers. Why am I not getting skin mesh renderers? I don't understand. Why is this not working? What if I did just these two? Export, FBX, and then instead of active collection, I did selected objects. And then copy, paste, replace the file and destination. So now it doesn't have a magazine. It's still a mesh renderer. Why? I don't get it. We have a parent type armature. Hold on. Save this. Go look at Amy's gun. Okay. No. No. Fuck off. We're not using the armature modifier. The armature modifier is fucking broken. In like 90% of situations. That can't be it. It can't be because of the armature modifier. Hang on, because we did actually add this guy. Your skin mesh render. Fuck off. No. Hang on. Why is Google just being useless to me today? I'm not getting anything in the ballpark of what we're doing here. I don't want to have to... That's the thing, if I look at these two, the hierarchy is identical. So it's not like it's messed up the fucking order of operations here. Hang on. Sanity check. Delete it. Completely get rid of the asset file. And re-import. You are still a mesh renderer. Why? What Unity version is this? 6000? Unity 6000.0.28 F1. Yeah. I really hope this does. Okay, good, it doesn't. I don't know, maybe the serial number is able to get the name, but hopefully, that that's probably a little too small to read. That's 6000.0.28f1. I don't want to have to use a fucking armature modifier. If I use an armature modifier, it leads to a bunch of weird fucking behaviors. Like, for example, if I actually did this. Hang on, watch this. Let's add the armature modifier. FBX file, take a look at my side. Hang on. If I add the armature modifier... Oh, come on. Now it's doubled everything because it's parented as a fucking armature, and also having to read. I mean, I could also just set that to object, and that technically works. I just hate it. It should fucking. Oh, hang on a second. Also, this is apparently... Hang on, I fucked this up. Hang on. Object mode. Apparently, this has not been given a vertex group. Let's fix that real quick. Control linked. Assigned a root. There we go. Cool, crisis averted. Object mode. So that works. Pose mode. That still works. And if we do that and then go back to object mode, and that still works theoretically. Do I really have to fucking do that? I mean, yeah, like, Sunpraiser, if you want to help me out, just to sanity check me, go ahead and just make a fucking cube. Or, like, a set of cubes that are skinned to a basic skeleton. And then test if Unity will take it if all you do is you do the parent type armature. It's clearly just that. If I go ahead, I fucking hate having to do this because the, hang on. Actually, I also have to do it on the magazine, that's right. I also have to add it to this. Mature, pistol. Find a vertex groups. The thing actually wasn't posing. See, now that's that problem, but now they just changed this to object mode instead. Now it's fucking fine, I guess. Export FBX. Sorry, Kbity, active collection. That's right, I need Unity, I need FBX now. Native whiteboards, yeah. I may actually just go ahead and export FBX. Doesn't have any animations. Sure doesn't. I don't actually have it in the project, so I will just push it here. It's a skin mesh renderer. It is exclusively based on whether or not it has the stupid fucking armature deform on the mesh. I hate that because the armature deform has caused me issues before, but I guess I have to just fucking deal with that. We love fucking game design, don't we, folks? so I have fucked up my, thing here. When I parent the mesh to the armature, it automatically adds the modifier. But it doesn't need the fucking modifier, because parenting it to the armature as an armature poses it like it's an armature. When I do that, it doesn't do that. It never did that. We started this file fresh. We started this file fresh. This wasn't based on anything. I added an armature, set up the armature, and then I just went in here, set the parent to the armature, and set the parent type to armature. Unless what you're talking about, I think I know what you're talking about. What you did. I know what you did. That's a way to parent it. If it didn't want me doing this, it shouldn't have given me the option. I know what you did. You did this, and then you did this, and you control P, and then armature deform. But I just told you I don't like armature deform. Because now it's not... It's parented as object. Wait. It parents as object? Are we sure that's not just like... Eh? Oh yeah, I hope I didn't just fuck it up. I don't think I did, but I do want to check it. It doesn't look like anything got fucked up in that conversion. Looks like everything's fine. I guess that works then. I've had issues before with setting an... But I've never done it with it. That probably is the correct way. Probably is the correct way. It's probably in the correct way. Yes, Sunpraiser. It's literally, you see it working. You literally see it working here. It has nothing to do with the vertex groups. I know how to manually bind the vertex groups. We have it done this way. All the bones are named exactly the same as the vertex groups that they're supposed to be bound to. That's how I skinned it in the first place. I am not new to this. I'm sorry. I'm just frustrated, and I felt like I was being patronized. Sorry. That's entirely on me. I felt like I was being patronized, and I got snippy. I'm sorry. Okay, so parenting it. So then what the fuck does... Why is this a thing, then? Why is armature parent a thing if that's not even how Blender does the armature parent in the first place? Why is that a thing? Why is that even a thing? Yeah, I make the vertex truth, make the bones the correct names. Parent with empty groups. Usually what I do is I just either will add the modifier or I will parent with parent type armature. And both have worked previously for just posing it. But I guess this is the first time I've seen the other way around just get ignored entirely by Unity, which is really aggravating. But once again, why do they have the option if the option fucking doesn't work? Make it make fucking sense. Whatever. It works now. It works now, and as far as I can tell, it doesn't have any buggy behavior. So I'm just going to do it like this. Active collection, negative Y forward, export FBX, and then... Sorry. Saying your profile soon today. I'm sorry that I am being insane. And crazy. This is not supposed to be what I spent an hour and a half on stream on. Let's remap the material at least. Come on. Bake axis conversion so that everything is set up in the right orientation. Wow. So now if I do that... Why are you rotated? Why are you rotated? Got there in the end, yeah. Maybe I actually don't want bake axis conversion. I don't know, I've had to use it before. But actually, yeah, if I do... It still says negative 90 rotation, which tells me that the... Yeah, the mesh itself is rotated now. Which is irritating. And then again, if we do bake axis conversion, then it's backwards for some reason. I should try. It's backwards. Let's set forward to Y forward instead. See what that does. Clear out the scene. I could go through this basically every fucking time I start getting into bringing new models into a Unity game. There's some mucking about. It's still backwards. What do you mean? Forward here, but it's rotated still. curiosity. This isn't rotated, neither is the magazine. I feel like I go through this every single fucking time. Try Z forward, Y up. Copy, paste, place file, re-import. You still have it even fucking worse. Now it's negative 89.98. I've seen that value a couple times now. Pickaxe conversion. And it becomes backwards again. That's the first value that I tried. That is the first value I tried, and it's still doing the same thing. I almost wonder if it is actually that, I think whatever I put here is just overridden by this use space transform. Let's try this. Do negative Y forward, Z up. Because this is specifically apply global space transform to the object rotations. I wonder, and we'll see, because that could be specifically what's stopping it from becoming 100 scale again. Because that's an annoying bug that I see all the time. Okay. This is rotated. Hold on. Hey! How about fucking that? Nothing. Except for this route is rotated 180 for some reason. But you know what? I can fucking take that. I can fucking take that, honestly. It's probably also just because of the way that I oriented the bones. Why is the slide rotated? Edit mode here. This is... Take fucking time. Fuck the firearms. You know what? I think this is actually like... Yeah, okay. You know what we can do is scale Z0. Oh, wait. We need active element, scale Z0. Scale X0. Make sure that is fully flat and flush. I'm also gonna go ahead and like enable this so I can actually see. According to this, that's forward. Except for the fact that that's right, Unity believes that forward is negative Y. Or sorry, not Unity, but Blender believes that forward is negative Y. Which is still one of the weirdest things I've ever heard of. Negative value being forward? Are you fucking joking? So you know what? In that case... rotate you 180. Positive X is right, correct? No, positive X is left. Yeah, okay, so we want it to be facing up. Wait. Oh no, because it's currently facing that way. Root on the Z so that it points X forwards, IMO? I mean, the thing is that Unity is still interpreting it as if it is blender space. So what we actually want to end up doing is rotate Y 180, 180. Rotate Y. Oh, hang on. You know what it is? It doesn't let us do that. There we go. We just changed the roll there. I probably have to do the same thing on this. RZ 180. Fix the rolls. Yeah, we're just gonna, like, move all this stuff around. Going to flatten out the hammer, mostly because I do want the hammer bone to be flattened out, even though it's not exactly a flat piece of geometry. I just like my bones being flat regardless. Except for the magazine. The magazine's obviously different. Let's zero out that roll, because that does not need to be all funky like that. And that puts that basically in the right direction here. We can also go ahead and add in a bone that is a non-deform bone, which will probably still want enabled on guns, right? Because guns are going to have non-deform bones that are like info bones. For example, the muzzle. To tell Unity where bullet come from. Bullet come from muzzle. The magazine will be the other thing that we want to set up. The thing is that what we're gonna do cursor is selected. Cursor selected did actually go there. So I'm going to change it to 3D cursor. Scale on the normal Y. There it is. Normal Y, -1. Flip the bone around. And turn in front on a bit. This does also, in and of itself, change the origin of the magazine. But it makes it so that the magazine's forward is that direction, which I like. Oh, does empties import into Unity? So I thought it was just bones that would import. In that case, yeah, that would work. Do go into object mode, pose position. The movement of the everything has been fucked up, actually. We will need to fix a lot of this, but it's fine. Pose mode. I'm into Alt-G on you, Alt-G on you. And then I'm grabbing you and putting you there. Grabbing you on the local, or normal Y, I pull you back here. Entities and should import. Interesting. Okay. So, as far as I can tell, the barrel doesn't actually move on the 93R. As far as I can tell, because...
Reminder to maintain hydration levels.
And we're not using Godot here, unfortunately. I'm still stuck in the Unity... Yeah. I'm still stuck in the Unity ecosystem, mostly just because of, like, some stuff that I'm just, like, fundamentally not compatible with Godot. I know that they've probably made a lot of the C# stuff better, but there's still just a lot of, like, paradigm stuff that just never really correctly jived with me. Yeah, when I'm looking at this, this does not look like the barrel has moved at all. In most other semi-automatic pistols like this, or automatic pistols, the barrel will actually, like, tilt upwards when the slide is back. But it's not happening here. I wonder if that's actually like a beretta thing. So I feel like actually the barrel also doesn't move on like my gas blowback 92, but I thought that was just because it's an airsoft gun. Unity stuff to do for my day job, and for my own games I look to Godot. Understandable. But like I said, there is just like a fundamental disconnect for me with Godot that I just can't get around. It is weird that Blender, the bones point in the positive Y direction, but Blender still insists that negative Y is forward. That's definitely always been, like, weird to me. I feel like a lot of the times when I've been seeing bone structures in Blender, it's always been like that, you know? Because when you parent bones to other bones, like the way that would work, if I go to edit mode, if I wanted to have a bone that is connected to this bone, then I would do this. And if I go into pose mode, that's parented to that, right? But then it's upside down. I never understood that. So I'm going back into edit mode and I'm getting rid of that. 3 bones. I think Blender is just weird in general. Yeah, okay. So in that case, in guns that do end up moving the barrel, I could definitely animate the barrel to do that. And then we can have a non-deform bone that is muzzle and then parent and empty to it. And in theory, that should work. In theory. We can actually test that theory now if we want to. I will have to parent it to root. But first, I need to click here. In fact, actually, I'm going to object mode, click on the gun, and I can actually just click on these faces. Cursor is selected. Back in object mode. Go to edit mode. We have our thingy here. I can add a bone. So, because, like, here the bone is very clearly Z forward, but when we import it into Unity, it interprets it with the same space as the rest. Try an empty parented to root, see if Unity imports that. Yeah, but also, I mean, technically, yeah. That is a good point. But I kind of wanted to test it in the off chance that we did have a barrel and have it be like in the hierarchy. But yeah, go to object mode, and I'm going to add an empty. I can make it a single arrow too. Now, here's the question. Of course. We look at the... Hang on. Actually, if we do local. Local is still the same. It is pointing in the Z direction. Which means it's going to point straight fucking down when we import it. Why is Blender like this? Why is Blender like halfway saying like, hey, negative Y is forward except when Z is forward? Why is it like this? Real. That's some of the goofiest shit I've ever heard of. Because I would like to tell Unity what direction it's in. I can't believe Blender itself can't decide what's forward. Right. Can I even? I guess it would be object constraint armature then. Is how it would work then. Nope. You stop selecting the camera. Don't select the body. Kinda actually want it to be like bone. No active bone, okay? That didn't actually add a constraint to it, though. Wait. No, yeah, it still didn't add a constraint to it. Don't do armature keyform? Do it with empty groups. Okay. It still didn't add an object constraint, and it's still a parent type object. I think it's supposed to be bone. I parent it to root. I'm gonna change it back to this. If I do selection to cursor, selection to cursor, there we go. out, since the cursor's already level 1. That's going to be pointing in the right direction, according to Unity. It's just annoying that Blender itself cannot decide what direction is what. So I can call this muzzle, right? We'll see what happens. It's in the armature pistol. It is parent type. It is like the parent type, and there is no constraint to it whatsoever. Let's find out what happens. Export FBX. Export here. I need to bring that up in here. You get you. Hang on, let me get rid of it in the scene. Copy, paste, replace file and destination. We're going to re-import and bring this in. See what happens. Root. There is no muzzle. I think it needs to be object, and then add object constraint armature. Target bone will be armature pistol B93R root. Then you do need to do selection of cursor. It just did not show up. Wait! Hold on. Hold on. I need to try something first. Because you know what I probably forgot? It's not selected in my object types. Let's see what happens if we select in object types and keep it the same way as we did before. Copy, paste, place file, see what happens. Import. Oh, muzzle! Hey, look, it worked! Hang on, where'd it go? Hang on. Let's see it. It's facing the right direction. Nothing is rotated weirdly except for the root for some reason. I might need to check to make sure the root isn't slightly rotated. I need to do another scale Z0. It's rotated X. The muzzle's right here, and it's pointing in the right direction. Which once again, isn't the direction Blender thinks it is, but it's the right direction for what we want it to do. That's that. You figured it out. This took a lot longer than it should have. There are actually several things that are turned very weirdly. None of them are, thankfully nothing is like 100 scale, like I often get with Blender FBX exports. Let me actually dig through the settings. Where am I bone access? This does not actually tell me what it does. does that actually mean? It is not being helpful. What do these mean? Blender FBX export armature primary bone axis. What does that mean? Bones need to get a correction to their orientation. FBX bones seem to be negative X lines. Blenders are Y line. Thank you for telling me that the literal official documentation of Blender. That your shit's wrong. Thanks. Export. That's what we're looking for. Wait. Yeah, select objects. Scale, apply scalings. They're set as a to-do in the documentation. Great. Okay, yeah, it's also the armature, primary, or secondary bone axis is also 2D. Fantastic. I'm curious.
New intelligence has been submitted for your situational
That's not
awareness.
a wonder you make 1 mil triangles it should have. Sangry Prickles Edward Wolf. We're struggling with Blender today. But I'll try and... Do you want that with the quotation marks around it, or do you want it to not have the quotation marks? I'll leave that up to you. Let me actually see what happens if we do... What if we do Z-axis, X-axis? Is that going to affect literally anything? With them, with dash and Yoda at the end. Sure. I can do that. Where's chat? That does mean that I have to make sure I have escape sequences for each of these. There we go. I'll show up later. Did we export with the alt settings? 1927? Yeah, we probably did. Make sure the object type entity is there. And let's see what happens. Copy. Paste. Replace file and destination. Re-import. See what happens. Interesting. Muzzle? The muzzle's up there for some reason? The slide is now pointing upwards in kind of like the direction that Blender thinks it should be in. If you actually look at like edit mode and you select this, the Z of it is up. So it's actually almost the same. Actually, I am noticing, oops, that the X is backwards. Interesting. If we look at our thing again. What if we did negative x-axis? Actually, I'm not even sure if we can fix that. That seems fundamentally incompatible. Might leave it as x-axis for now. But if I go to object mode, now we can actually try and set it to single arrow, and then rotate it forward so that it is facing the right direction. As long as Z is pointing forward, Y is pointing up. As long as that is correct, then this should be the right way. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and reset all of these as well. Do in front. Scale Y 0. Scale X 0. So it is completely zeroed out like that. Alright, R90 negative. Oh wait, that's right. We want it to face forward. Right? R90. To actually have it face forward like that. Wait, no. If we do normal. There we go. We want the Z to face forward. That's what we want. And scale Z0, scale X0. Cool. Also make sure that the rolls are fixed. The magazine roll here is very weird. So I'm gonna fix that. In fact, we can actually place it at the origin now. The way we intended. I might leave the hammer this way. And then we go to pose mode and everything's gonna be fucked up. So we'll have to fix that real quick. Do that, and this is mostly just for previewing. the gun. That's right, it is now normal Z. Like John Riccitiello intended. Not John Riccitiello. I feel like whoever originally started the Unity project. Who the fuck knows who that is now? I'm just now noticing that there's a little bit of a gap here, and that's going to bug me for the rest of time, but also it's probably not visible in-game. Alright. Object mode. Best position. Here it is. Oh, the muzzle has been fucked up. Let's do selection of cursor. Alright. And then actually zero out all of the values. And wow, would you look at that? Now, if we do export, FBX, this will start Kton, empty armature mesh, active collection. I think I might actually, like, save this as the new operator preset. Hang on. If I change that, that's going to... Okay. I think that has changed everything the way it should be. This was previously YZ, right? I think this is it. When we do the old Unity animated big X, then empty comes out, empty comes on. Okay. Maybe we've now created our new thing that we're going to start using from now on. Export FBX. Let's see what happens. Copy this file. And paste it in. Place file and destination. Once more into the breach. Show! Ooh. Hammer is rotated a little weirdly, but that's fine because the hammer is the hammer. Magazine is rotated about what we'd expect. The muzzle is not in the right place. Why is the muzzle not in the right place? So the muzzle is parented to the root, but it's done up in the wrong, like, space. Control A and then rotation and scale. I don't know if that's a thing you can do with empties, because we're dealing with an empty, right? I'm assuming what you mean is apply location. Yeah, see, that moves it to the root, which we don't really want. Let's try something. Edit mode on this. Add a bone. Call it muzzle point. I'm gonna start calling it muzzle point instead of, like, straight muzzle. I don't know why it's always making it, like, 9 fucking meters. Alright, parent it to the root. Alright. Back in object mode. I'm gonna go get some rest. It's almost 5 a.m. Take care and good luck. As always, if you're looking outsourcing, just ask. And then change it to muzzle point, and then we're just going to zero these values out. Except, of course, it parents to the tip. That's the other problem that I have with Blender fucking things. Is parented it to the tip rather than the actual thing. I have no way of fixing that. We do object instead. And then armature relation. Target bone is the armature pistol muzzle point. Okay. And then so out of curiosity, is it possible for me to, like, set something on the bone? No? Nothing? Turn off deform. Add target bone, muzzle point. Hold on. What if we clear this armature? Parent type bone, muzzle point, yeah. No, that changed absolutely nothing about it. Why is it like this? Why is Blender like this? Blender bone parent to tip. Face not tip. Let's try that. I don't understand why Blender is so fucking bass at this. In so many ways. Why is it face up like this? Why is it facing the... Because that's doing that. Because it's to the object right now. I don't understand why Blender is like this. Try adding target bone. Let's try targeting it to the root.
My name
Problem
is
is,
Thomas Light. I am the researcher who designed and
like, it's
built Mega Man
facing the
X.
right direction here, but the position is wrong. Things I move it here, and then it has a position, and that position gets mangled when it gets imported. Actually, wait, let me try... If I remove the parent entirely. See, here's my fucking problem. Blender believes that negative y is forward, but also everything that considers forward a forward considers z a forward. I don't understand why that is. Like, this is displayed as single arrow, and the only thing it does is that it points in the z-axis. Which is funny, because the circle, the cone is pointing positive y. This is why I fucking hate game design. This is why I hate Blender. This is just obnoxious. If I go into this, pose mode does now follow the thing. I feel like this would be fine if Blender would just give me an option to change the direction of the single arrow. It would straight up be fine if they just let me change the direction of the arrow. Because obviously this isn't the direction it's going to import as in Unity. I can't put it into a separate collection because then it won't be able to parent to it, I think. Yeah, no, so now... Now if I grab it, it's still moving with it. Wait. Hold on. Muzzle... It's parented. Yet it's in a different collection. Interesting. How very intriguing. Anyways. I could do. I mean... Here's the dealio. As long as the fucker isn't actually mapped to any vertex groups, we just leave it as deform. I don't have to fucking deal with it. But you know what else would be nice? You know what else would be nice? Doing it the old fucking fashioned way, the way that I normally do it, and just manually setting them in Unity myself in the prefabs that I have to make of these anyways. Because I need to be able to modify them at runtime and be able to disable the parts and add parts to it. So I might as fucking well. Hang on. Change you back to rest position. Muzzle's now over in the other collection, so I just export current collection. Active collection. Clearly, exporting empties just does not fucking work. I mean, it works, except it doesn't, because Unity and Blender just has an internal disagreement on what forward is. So that's just always going to be a problem. For now, that's there, but it doesn't have to be there. And also, why is it offset very slightly? Why is everything here offset very slightly to positions it should not be in? I'm going insane. I'm going insane. Like, it's not telling me that there's an offset to that. It very clearly looks like there's an offset when there's like a -0. It's just refusing to tell me what that offset is. Once again, quite irritating. Let's triple check our rolls too. Make sure your roll 0. 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 Also, you're clearly not at F0, so let's fix that as well. Honestly, if I'm gonna have it rotated at a weird angle, I'm just gonna actually rotate at the angle that's rotated at. Export FBX. Yeah. And then copy, paste this file. Re-import. The most point is facing forward. And now all the positions are at X0, where they fucking should be. They're not in weird offsets. The E offsets. This isn't Balatro. This is Unity Editor. I mean, yes, the game is going to have Balatro inspirations, but I am not playing Balatro, I am working with the Unity Editor. That's the joke. Speaking of 1 million triangles, let's actually look at the numbers. Looks like 544 polys, 1,000 tries. $120 plus 964, yeah. 1,000 tries is actually quite a bit. It is still technically low poly, but like that's half of a character on the PlayStation 2. I am curious, what's the average poly count of like one of the weapons in the Ratchet & Clank series? As it stands, we aren't really looking at rack aesthetics. We're kind of supposed to be looking at like Half-Life aesthetics, like Half-Life 1. More retro, more PS1-esque. Curious, what's Ellie's count? 936 tries. Which is reasonable. Neato. Those are some fun facts. Yeah. 200k before optimizing it to 70k? I mean, you're making a different game from me. I'm like intentionally trying to skimp out on features when necessary. As I kind of showed off earlier, we've got this like stuff going on here where this is kind of a raised section compared to this part of the stock. But the model's actually flat. That's not model on there. It's just shading. And that's part of this game's art style. That's like the entire idea of this game's art style is, there we go. Fucking Dutch angle on the camera is getting annoying. The idea of the art style is there is no lighting. I just shade it that way. There's no lighting. There's no normal maps. There's no PBR. It's just... I shade it. I draw it. I make it look drawn. And that's how it works. And it works really well. Even without the outlines, it does still have a very nice, like, sprite aesthetic. Almost like it's a 2D game. Yeah, I think it's actually working out pretty well. I've been talking about that earlier before Sad Red Wolf. I'm thinking of going away from using the outlines. Previously, we were doing solidify, inverted hull outline technique, which looks decent on most weapons, but does also prevent various problems. Various things that have jank issues, that looks weird, etc., etc. And I've been thinking that, like, doing it without the solidify might actually just look better. Something to thinking of doing that. As it stands, I have been fucking around in Blender for a lot longer than I was supposed to be, because I'm supposed to be working on the actual game and getting weapons done. I do also want to get Ellie in here, too, honestly. Here's what I need to do. I do need to set this up. I need to extract out the magazine real quick. Separate selection. And then name this Legendary Sniper Ellie dot magazine. As it stands, whenever I do the reload magazine prefab, that does need to be like custom authored and cut from the prefab to work correctly. Okay. Let's also go through. I'm gonna change this from stick back to the octahedrals. Of course, there are plenty of funky bone issues that we're gonna have to leave that other Z like that. This is the root. In fact, actually, go into object mode real quick. I need to change handle body to root, because all of the guns can do root instead of handle body. So make sure that the mesh itself is called Legendary Sniper Ellie. And do the same thing here. I don't think this actually shows up in, whatchamacallit? Well, maybe it does. I feel like I've seen it, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, Pistol Star Miami and Pistol Star Miami, those are still called that. If I look at Pistol Star Katon, none of these are, like, named Cube. So I think as long as the, root mesh of it is named correctly, it should be fine. The root mesh object. So it does remind me that these aren't actually set up the way they should be. So let's change these both to object parent type, and then we just add that modifier so that it is set up properly this time around. Now if we go to pose mode, that does that. And that rotates fine. So yeah, that's been handled now. So that's been fixed. Oh wait, that's right. I do also need to come back into here, take the handle body, and rename that to root instead. I also need to make sure that it's a bulk carrier. That's all parented correctly. Magazine's parented to root. Awesome. We don't have to add a muzzle point because I should just be doing that in Unity anyways when I create them prefab. Right, and object mode. And I can re-export this. And now it'll show up in Unity properly when we do this. So I can do Open Legendary Sniper Ellie, and animate FBX2. I won't be including the object type. Oh, Ultra Mesh. Won't be including the object types empty. Don't need that anymore. The main thing we want to fix was the bone axis. I can re-export that, but we will need to move folders for that. So I have to go up to weapons, snipers, and then go find vertical again. Weapon legendary sniper Ellie.fbx copy. Why my voice did that for a second there, and paste. Now, when we look at it here, so it's no longer like this. You do need to hit bake axis conversion now. So that now, hopefully, that should be all proper. Yeah, that's facing correctly. Hopefully, we don't see any sort of weird values. The bolt has been set weirdly, but you know what? I don't think I'm gonna bother with it. Magazine's been set weirdly. I think I will bother with that, actually. Also, no, I'll leave the roll like that, but I'm gonna set it to like exactly 20 instead of being weird about it. Save, and then we can export that. Same settings. I should have exited edit mode, but oh well. We can edit or update that. Replace file. Now, no weird values anymore. Yay! This has been one hell of a long, dumb distraction. I've not been that fond of. We have not even gotten started with the framework we were supposed to be doing today. We want to pick up guns. And I still need several things with that to get that working. I still haven't finished getting the new display system up and running. I think it's not super necessary. I think it still works regardless. I can still walk through the door. I can still keep that. I can drop down on this guy. I still need to figure out why my character is jumping when I do that. It still works fine with that. I still need to make that bigger. Okay, that all works fine. What I want to do is, for the moment, I will only work on the part of it that is just the loot item, the interactable side of it that lets you pick it up, and then I will handle the actual overlay showing the type of gun and all that later. But I will also want to try and get, like, switching weapons working as well. It's finally time for us to actually get the fucking C# project open. It's been ages. Alright, and I probably also forgot to actually check. Can you actually look at this? Yep, each of these are skin mesh renders. That was the problem that we had to fix. Let me actually check to make sure that's actually working too. Pull you out here. The hammer. Rotate mode. Yeah, hammer rotates. All that works. Neat up. Okay, so I'm gonna try and work on some things here. I probably do want to end up leaving some of the stuff for the overlays up on pinned. But I can also get rid of player abilities. By the way, I was thinking about a new... I don't want to go into it because I kind of do just want to work right now. But there is a thing I wanted to do. And that is, I wanted to change how abilities work. So if we actually look at it right now, we look at our HUD. So the tactical, and actually, I don't want to spend too much time talking about this though. The way this works is that space does our dash, and then it goes on a 2-second cooldown. Actually, it's 1.5 seconds. And then we have the tactical which is on that, and then once it's done, it goes on its own cooldown that is a variable length of time depending on the tactical. I am considering making it so that instead, tacticals and dodges are tied to a resource, a stamina resource. Similar to a mix of Ultra Kill and technically Dark Souls. I know that me making that comparison is silly because I haven't actually fully sat down to play a Dark Souls, but I am at least familiar with the concept. So I'm gonna try and rename some of these so that these are organized. Yeah. The idea is to make dodging as well as the tactical ability, the jumpy, shooty thing. I want those to actually be off of stamina. There's a lot of interesting gameplay opportunities with doing that, actually. Which is kind of the big part of the reason why I kind of want to do that. Is that there is actually a lot more interesting gameplay that can be derived from there being a stamina system. Where, in order to use a tactical, you have you can use the tactical as well as the dodge way more often than you could before, but there is the trade-off of the resource cost. The idea is also that it also allows me to go back to how I wanted things to do, where a graze dodge proc can now be set up such that it does actually restore a little bit, not a full dash worth, but it will restore, refund some of the stamina spent on that dodge. That is a thing I actually want as part of that, and it makes more sense. It also kind of ties back into the comparison between Toaster Crash, where in Toaster Crash, it refreshed your Kraber Kick. And granted, Kraber Kick obviously being the super in this game, and that's why Graze Dodge also gives you charge orbs for the super. But it does also kind of make sense because Kraber Kick in Toaster Crash is kind of more analogous in function to a tactical kit in this game. So that's kind of what I wanted to do. But it's something I want to figure out later on down the line once I have more of the actual primary gameplay loop in. But it is definitely something I want to consider. It's I've considered it before as just I might do this, I might A/B test it. But as I've been thinking about it more and more, I've realized that it's actually possibly something that I might just fully commit to, but only after I have more gameplay testing stuff to do. Anyways, let's try and pick up a weapon. Let's go to the scripts. Entities. Nope, I wanted entities and systems. So, this is going to be an item. So we go in the items folder. It probably will end up being a base entity item. The way that these work, these are... base entity item is abstract class. Yes, it is. Which allows us to build a bunch of things for it. Create a mono behavior script here. We're going to call it item equipable weapon. I may also have an item equipable as an abstract class, and also use this for other things. Specifically, it'd just be weapon and contraption would be the two. the thing about hop-ups is that I might make hop-ups and auto-collect, and because I feel like I might actually end up making it so that hop-ups are infinite storage. Maybe. It's possibly not. We'll see. But I feel like the equipable weapon and the equipable contraption might share a bunch of features. Or maybe they don't. I've also been going back and forth on whether or not contraption slots are limited. Originally, the idea is that they're limited because, you know, Balatro, they're essentially like Jokers. But at the same time, I've also felt like I wanted to be able to make more utility contraptions. And when you have limited slots, then there is just, like, you have to consider the value of it, and some weapons just do not have, or some, if, you know, utility contraptions might not have any real value when the game is mostly about damage checks. Balatro works on it because Balatro isn't entirely about damage checks. Balatro is about economy. Damage checks help your economy, but it's not the central part of Balatro, if that makes sense. Which is why it kind of works for Balatro. But I think for this, it kind of does actually make less sense, especially if I want to have more utility contraptions. So that would be a thing that I kind of consider. Also, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm going to BRB. I'm gonna take a standby. We're gonna do an ad break. Everybody take a stretch break. Everybody get up, get yourself some water as well. And we'll go on standby, and we'll come back, and hopefully we can actually get our brain decoding mode. That was a lot shorter than I was expecting. We'll try And I'm still gonna wait for ad break to end, because it is allegedly still going. And whilst it is still going, I'm gonna try and get some boilerplate stuff out of the way. Don't worry, everyone, you're not missing anything. I just need to do some things. This needs to be a base, and it's an item. It does mean that it needs some abstract class stuff, which is just this. Alright. What I'm likely gonna need field, serialized field. There we go. Okay, community's back. Welcome back. And also standard greeting protocol rabbit 400. You're a rare one. I do vaguely recognize that name, and also you have been following since 2023. You're not necessarily new, but haven't seen you in a while. Anyways. By the way, since you're here, if you're familiar with the create mod, do let me know. I do still want to try and also work on the side quest today. Understandable. No pressure to. No pressure to. Alright. Yeah, as I was saying, I am trying to fill this out, so. Private set. This way, so the way this works, field serialized field makes it so that the private backing field here is the private serialized field, and then it has a public accessor through the get. This is like a game changer here. I'm so glad I learned how to do field serialized field. If you put this without the field, it doesn't work. But if you do with the field specifier, Unity will serialize the backing field, which is great. It does serialize with the, like, nice name, too. Alright, so I do actually need to open up weapon info. By the way, I'm going to pin item, applicable item. I need to pin weapon info as well. Now, the way we want to work is, so weapon prefab will be that. And it is a game object because if we set it to, actually, we technically can use a equipable weapon now I think about it. Because equipable weapon is not the abstract class. The abstract class is actually the weapon behavior, which is the subcomponent. There are new Twitch TOS bar covering the bottom part of Twitch window since months. I love this, because it hides the attention stealing click me stuffs. Huh? What click me stuffs? Also covers my chat entry field. That sounds like a problem. By the way, you know what else we can start doing? The thing is that if I do convert these, because these should not be public members, because then they're like modifiable. We don't actually want that, because this is just like a serialized, data-driven prototyping system, right? For saying, not prototyping as in like the game design concept of prototyping, but the programming concept of prototyping, where this is the prototype of the weapon that we want to build, sort of the blueprint, the like base information of the weapon, the concept of the weapon, which is then, you know, it has all the information that is then extracted to deal with all sorts of other systems in the game. But the problem is that if we convert these to the serialized properties, we'll have to set all of these again for all of the existing weapon infos. And I should be getting it done especially because we do only have like a couple of weapon infos, and it would be easier to refactor it after that. There's also the, you know, formerly serialized as attribute, but it's annoying to have to put that on all of these again, is the thing. But if we are going to have to set this up here, then we can set this up here. Another thing is that the public string placeholder name, this is not using the new serialization system, or not serialization, the localization system, which is still kind of bleh. It still really needs to be improved. And we're going to need to add placeholder entries for it too. Because if we are refactoring the weapon info code, then that means we gotta do this. This sucks because this is boring, and also is annoying to do because this should be done through the real thing, because these are all placeholder entries. And editing it here is less convenient than editing it on the actual CSV Notion database. We do weapon name, and for now we won't actually like fully qualify the weapon name. I'm just gonna put this as B93R, and then rename it to Volley Sidearm, and then yeah, basically these are all supposed to be temporary placeholders, and then when I actually fully put in the proper localization system that lets me auto-update it from the CSA, I will need to replace all of these references. Weapon name, USP, should be the operator 45. Operate. And then I'm actually going to put Ellie as Ellie. Because Ellie. Alright, so those names are now in. The thing is that the flavor text isn't currently used, and we could probably just get rid of it for now. Once I finally do get around to and this is going to start breaking things. Once I do get around to actually implementing the actual overlay that's going to display that, by that time I will hopefully have the localization system set up in the way it's supposed to be set up. Hopefully. But we're not doing that today because it will be absolutely boring. We want to instead do a field, serialized field, public localization. Oh, I need using toaster gun dot localization, which I still need to also change this namespace. Localization entry. There it is. I want this to be display name. And get private set. Awesome. By the way, now I need to start doing that on all of these things. Now, currently... Oh, why did I move it instead of copying it? Or, I guess I'm supposed to be duplicating it, actually. Currently, item rarity is a enum. I kinda do want to also make it data-driven. Actually, did I actually make it data-driven? Not currently. At least not off the top of my head. If I go to scripts, data, you don't see a rarity info or an item rarity info. Currently is an enum. I kind of want to make it an info object instead. That's right. I was also talking to Olivia about, I kind of want a smart info creator. Because, like, having to add all of the different infos to the create menu, I have to scroll all the way up to create here, and I have to scroll all the way to down toaster gun, and I have to dig through the infos, and there's already so many infos here, and I'm just gonna need to add more and more infos as we go along. I'm gonna need more infos here. Straight up, I do think, like, we've got entity rank info now, we've got entity faction info, which are both new. We've got a room type info now, which I think might be new. There's gonna be more things that we need. Possibly also containers. We currently have an item prefab container. That's interesting. Oh, I know what that is. Because we have the ration pickups and the court charge orbs in that. I was thinking, like, hang on, wouldn't it be just like a reference to the infos? Because the infos are supposed to have the prefabs in them as well. But I feel like there's going to be more infos that we need to do eventually. Hop-up info needs to be added. We might need some individual infos for weapon tags. There's going to be a sort of tag system which is used both to kind of determine what type of gun it is and to give like certain effects depending on the gun. It's also used because certain characters have affinities with certain types of weapons. And tags are also used to determine what type of hop-ups the weapon can take as well. And so I probably want a data-driven system for that. Part of the reason why I want to make sure everything is data-driven in this game is so that it is also easy to mod. I'd say, like, just supporting a general add-on system similar to, like, you know, Minecraft data packs would be good. Maybe not a super official modding API, but at least an add-on API would be cool. Still allow it to do, because there's definitely ways to go about importing files, importing external files to add on models, objects, sounds, the whole 9 yards, to have add-ons that add weapons or items or contraptions or abilities or enemies. But if I wanted it to be able to handle custom effects, that will be a little bit more challenging to set up. But of course, I can go the Gary's mod route and make it so that there is a special type of weapon that will read from a Lua script. It has a bunch of API stuff with the Lua script, but still have it be very limited in what it can interact with. Excuse me. And then, yeah, similar to Minecraft data packs, just to have like a JSON interpreter that can take a external JSON and then interpret stuff from it in order to create one of these various scriptable object info objects. But let's try and push on with stuff. That's right, I was refactoring this with field serialized fields. To duplicate this, to put here, and then we do need to make sure whenever we also have the tooltips, we also need to make sure that those are also targeting the vacuum field as well. I'm also just going to straight up just do all of these ahead of time. And we are absolutely going to need to hop back through and fix all of the weapon infos back to where they were. Sure all of the tooltips are targeting vacuum field as well, and then we start putting these things in. Oops. Knowingly, doing this does make it so that every single line gets an extra line in Visual Studio, which is mildly annoying, but it's fine. I just put up with it. Okay. So yes, we're going to do a couple of weapon prefab, and now we can also do dropped item prefab. And this will target an item equipable weapon. Cool. As I established before, that's going to break all of our existing infos. It's also going to break the code because I think there's still things referencing the old stuff. Make sure you have to do this. Which I will need, actually. So HUD active weapon. We need to add a private variable. Private. It's a localization entry, which means I need a using toaster gun localization. Weapon name entry. That is caps in the beginning. That's Pascal case for some reason. That should not be Pascal case. Oops. Do rename. What do you mean I can't rename this element? Rename the element. Weapon info dot display name. And we can set the weapon name text.text to weapon name entry dot get text. The reason we're keeping the weapon name entry here is that eventually we're going to make it so that everything that displays a localized text needs to subscribe to an event that fires whenever we change the localization, right? That's why we need to keep the entry on our side. and update it when we need to. Yeah. Trisha. Why? Oh, there's another a weapon info editor. Wait. What is this for? I don't need this, though. I feel like this just needs to be string.empty. I don't need the name up there. Right? Oh, I see, because this is set up so that if I select multiple, I can compare the DPS. I think that's what that means. Then in-game, that means you must change all localized text. I mean, yeah, but that's like the epitome of C# events working as intended. Working as, not intended, but, like, as designed, is the word I was looking for. I guess we just do... I don't want to do this in an editor script. We'll do it in an editor script, though. It really shouldn't be in an editor script like this, but we'll do it like this. I guess that error didn't show up before because it was in a different domain. Come on. Unity. Fucking there we go, finally. But that is, of course, going to break all of our existing weapon infos. Test SMG is here. I do actually need a placeholder entry for that. Hold on. Test SMG. As it stands, weapon info does still need more stuff. Because it needs the... It's gonna need the localization entries for its effect text as well as its flavor text. But we won't do that for now. Ellie is a legendary weapon. I do still need to figure out how Master Tags is going to be represented. It probably will be a set of info scriptable objects again. And for now, it's just going to be nurse, and then rifle. Mastery level bonus. Fuck it, I don't remember. I'll set it up later. also just go look. I need weapons. Snipers is ID. Gotcha. VALID. Base damage profiles. Damage type lethal. Let's go find Ellie. And give it the number. Ellie is 1200. Go ahead and get the values. Fire rate of 1, reload 1.75. Base crit chance 25, crit ratio 2. And it's a legendary weapon. I think the base ammo capacity is 5. 1.75. I need to get some of these sprites made. And then the starter pistol, Amy. You have the there. It is common. Mastery tags, pistol, lethal. Which I believe that's AL. Agility, lucidity. Right? Yep, pistols. Base damage profiles. I don't know why I'm scrolling down when the operator 45 is right here. 280 at a fire rate of 4. Reload of 1.33. Fire rate of 4, sorry. 280 lethal. I did not catch the ammo capacity. 12. I believe crit damage was 1.5, and then crit chance 10. 1.33. Do have an inventory icon for you. Granted, I need to get the new one that's not using the outlines anymore. But also, again, I'm probably going to end up just redoing the 45 anyways. The USB. Test SMG. SMG. I should really be specifying tunes. SMGs are agility, dexterity. I do not remember what the original damage profile of this was. I'm gonna throw in 100, and then displayed rate of fire 15, ammo capacity 30. Then I said 1575, 900. That's kind of ridiculous. 1260, 720 is closer to what the numbers are for most things. Using the same sprite for now. Of course, we are also going to need a new one for weapon info. Starter pistol. Okay, turn. R. common pistol lethal. Same mastery levels. It is definitely not that value. Volley sidearm has a display damage of 130, fire rate 9. Granted, it doesn't actually fire at that fire rate, it's actually at burst fire. But I do believe that the 9 is like the average fire rate. So it's 30. That's a weird number. Displayed is 9. I want to say it's 18. Yeah, ammo capacity 18. 18. Reload time 1.2. I do need to mix it up later though. 1229, 768. Which, by the way, Ellie should obviously not be Ellie. This should be legendary sniper Ellie. Obviously, the like formatting here is rarity and then base weapon type category thing, and then a general internal name. Now, there is the thing that there's plenty of weapons that actually have like multiple category types or category tags. In that situation, I will use like whatever is like the primary tag, if that makes sense. For example, if I go pick out a weapon that has dual tags, Bravo Rusher. Bravo Rusher is based on P90, and it's generally considered an SMG, even though it is not really a submachine gun in the idea that its caliber is pistol caliber, because it's actually not quite pistol caliber, technically speaking. I mean, in some ways it is, in some ways it isn't. I have given up a lot of ground on the PDW equals SMG fight war. And I do kind of concede that it is more or less class as SMG. Because I used to be under the assumption that submachine gun, the sub in submachine gun stood for like subsonic rounds, but pistol rounds are actually still supersonic. They kind of have to be. Anyways, yeah, so like that would be listed as SMG. Okay. That's gonna be how that's set up. Try and figure this stuff out. Now, with an item equipable weapon, I'm actually going to also include here, I'll make this a serialized public field, or public property, I should say. Equipable weapon instance. Now, the thing is, this is half a editor value, half a game variable. What's going to happen is, for example, when we first drop a fresh weapon and we try to pick that weapon up, we're going to need to instantiate the equipable weapon instance and then equip that weapon onto the character. However, if we're dropping a weapon from our character, some of the values I want to be saved on the dropped weapon, so that when you pick it back up, it's still basically in the same state, so you can't get around or, like, you know, do little cute exploits with it. No, I want it to still serialize a bunch of the, like, properties of the weapon, such that when you drop it, and you pick it back up, it doesn't magically reset itself somehow. That's why when we have an item equipable weapon instance, and we create that instance from a weapon that we are dropping, the character is dropping, we want to basically attach that equipable weapon instance to this item equipable weapon, and then instead of instantiating a new equipable weapon instance, we'll instead just reattach this to the player. And re-equip it to the player. That's gonna be how I do this. So that's gonna be how that works. So, the first thing we do. The first thing that we do is we'll check if equipable weapon instance is not instantiated. First, check if we need to create a weapon instance. So I'm actually going to add some documentation to this. Actually, I'm going to use like the tooltip. I'm gonna create a new version of the tooltip that uses the field thing. Alright. When the player drops a weapon by switching it for another equipable weapon, the old weapons object values are... So the old weapons object is attached to the dropped weapon in order to various variables and stats, so it doesn't... Oops. I just broke it. Oh well. Break the... Sorry, so it doesn't reset itself just because the player swapped weapons and out of their inventory. Put it into there, but I am going to need to clean this up. So it's just up like that. Interestingly enough, the tooltip does not show up on this, so that is exactly why we have to do the summary. Oh wait, no, that's because it's the field is not here. Hang on. Boom. Save. It still doesn't show up. Oh well. It'll show up in the editor. That's where it happens. Every weapon instance has a state where state equals null means default. Technically, it's more like this. The item equipable weapon generates without an equipable weapon instance. Then it looks at the weapon info, which contains a prefab, instantiates the weapon instance from the weapon info prefab data, and then equips that to the player, essentially. The weapon instant state is basically built into the weapon's equipable weapon, as well as its weapon behavior component. Yes, Rabbit, it is object-oriented programming soup. And you're just gonna have to deal with it. I will still technically need to set something up to where I can designate all of the state information of a weapon for save files, for sure. But just the way that it's working in-game is just that that object's just gonna be disabled and then hidden and then parented to this item equipable weapon. That's gonna be how that works. Anyways, so here's how it works. If the equipable weapon instance is null, then we need to go into the weapon info and get the thing. Go weapon info. Actually, we will need to do, first of all, we can actually just go ahead and set equipable item weapon instance equals instantiate the weapon info dot equipable weapon prefab. Later parts of the code is going to change the position and parenting of this anyways. Soup went out over my head. Out in it. But I guess, technically speaking, you are correct. Earlier. You can actually just, like, say instantiate. There might actually be some commands we might need to run. Dash state to the weapon and drop the weapon. That's technically what we're doing by taking the weapon object and then attaching it to the weapon drop item. The thing is that we're just attaching it via all of the various components because we're using like a descriptive system where a weapon has components based on the things it needs to do. Confident I know nothing about these unit details. Yeah. Trying to figure out... Yeah, initialize new weapon. Okay. That's going to be a thing. I probably am going to need to make sure the item equipable weapon has a concept of its level. Which means that I'll probably end up setting that up as its... as one of the serialized properties. Oh, Unity details. Okay. Yeah, basically, the game object is... Unity has things called game objects. They're sort of like nodes in Godot, except Godot also uses nodes in a similar way that Unity uses components. Components are specifically these scriptable behavior objects based into the item itself. It inherits from mono behavior. Mono behavior is a component that is defined by C# mono code. And components can be attached to an object. And so, but if we actually go into here and show you, for example, we've got a prototype player being here. This is an object with components. It has a transform component, player input handler component, player status component, player input component, movement component, a character controller, entity hub. All of these things are components. It also has game objects underneath it. We got an interact finder game object that is a separate game object that is parented to it. This one in itself has a sphere collider, a player interact collider script, and a rigid body. It uses these to collect objects that the player could potentially interact with and feed those objects to the player scripts. Tens of hours of Unity, and contends with Bevy ECS. Right, okay. But, like, you understand Unity, but you just didn't understand the details of Unity. But yeah, the idea here is just that, like, I'm taking the game object, and then I am attaching it to the item equipable weapon game object, but I'm also disabling it if this is like a dropped item from the player. Then it'll take the equipable weapon instance, it unequips it from the player, unparents it from the player, and then attaches it to this object. It's going to also disable it so it doesn't run any logic until it needs to do so. It'll be disabled, which means it specifically will not fire the update loop. Technically won't fire a start loop either, even though it's probably already fired its start loop. It won't fire several other things, and then any component that's on that object will also not fire any of those update functions, including colliders, particle systems, renderers. All of those things will be disabled and will not run any logic or cost any rendering load on the system. That's how that should work. So it'll be just like essentially disabled and stored within the item equipable weapon, and then when we pick the item equipable weapon back up, it will then enable it, re-equip it onto the player, parent it to the player, put it into the player's hands, and then tell it to run information like, hey, I just equipped to the, or run logic like, hey, I just equipped to the player. It's alright, yeah, no, you're right. When ladies, gentlemen in between are right, they are right. We're gonna set int, item level. Actually, I'm gonna call this item base level. And we actually have some details about this. If the weapon has not been initialized yet, it will be initialized to this level with 0 mastery levels. Important thing to remember. And I'm going to kind of inherently know what I mean by that. What it is if I want the weapon that this is going to drop to have mastery levels, or honestly even hop-ups. Actually, I might establish hop-ups as its own separate thing, but I'll need to wait until I actually have hop-ups implemented before I do that. Because I do think it would be, I think it would be nice to have a system where weapons can spawn with hop-ups on them. But if I want, like, if I want the weapon to have mastery levels, it needs to be instantiated, and that instance needs to have all of the values set on it. Probably also want to actually do this. In fact, I probably will actually just go ahead and have, real quick, actually have a start function, right? And then have a variable down here. And make it we'll actually make it a public property. Public pool is initialized weapon. It is a get private set variable. It is false by default. And then on start, we'll set is initialized weapon to whether or not equipable weapon instance exists. However, we'll obviously have a method in which we set it. Like so public void set weapon instance equipable weapon. Here we do equipable weapon instance equals weapon is initialized weapon will also be set to weapon, and then if weapon, then we will do first of all weapon dot transform set parent to our own transform, and then false for roll position stays. That will essentially zero out its local transform to put it at the root of this object. Then, obviously, weapon, game object, set active, false. And that will disable it. It'll disable all renderers, logic, whatsoever on it. Hide it from view, and then just keep it in this thing. Probably shouldn't be doing this if we do have a weapon on it. I was thinking, like, you know, oh, well, then we want to make sure that if we already have a weapon instance on it, we're going to get rid of the weapon instance, but I don't think I actually want to do that. Maybe we'll just end up doing something where we're just going to end up making a new item equipable weapon instance itself. But that is part of it, is that that's the important thing to remember with the system. Item equipable weapon and equipable weapon are actually two separate objects. The item equipable weapon is going to handle all of the behavior of a weapon that has been dropped on the ground as loot or from the player's inventory. And then the equipable weapon itself is going to handle all of the logic of the player using the weapon in their hand, shooting it at enemies, making the bullets out of it, making it go bang bang, and the animations of the weapon working. Whereas actually all of the handling animations are actually going to be handled by the player, but the weapon is also going to have its own sort of pseudo-procedural animation and stuff based on the operation of the weapon. That's the important thing to remember, to understand. I mean, here's the thing, is that, like, I don't think anybody's going to spend channel points on something if it's, like, not something that requires effort. And that is that is the crux of the situation. I don't know, I could figure out something to do with that. Maybe. I'll consider it. There's gotta be some things I can think of that can make it cost more channel points without it being just, like, overpriced and nobody's gonna do it. I mean, third tier, you could also just use sound alerts to comment on the stuff. Say we're in the house like carpets. You're gonna drop a train on them. Add a comment to your code base. Maybe. I mean, the thing is, I do already have, where is it? Name an object / entity means that I will be adding an object somewhere in the sample scene. And not necessarily in the sample scene, we could also make it like a data object or somewhere else. Various different types of things can be named differently. As it stands, like, that is actually going to be a difficult thing to do in Toaster Gun in a meaningful way because of the fact that, like, Toaster Gun is a procedurally generated game, right? And I don't have a whole lot of things here that are actually static yet to name in a way that will make it into the final game. Because I would want to do, like, for example, we probably are going to be doing, like, room prototypes as a, like, room templates as a thing. And those I probably will end up editing in the Unity editor itself. And in those cases, I could put, like, an object there that's named something. But yeah, Sound ID needs to be 66 farts verbs because I'm a child at heart. I feel that. I kind of understand that. But I am getting distracted. I want to kind of push on. But yeah, add a comment to the code base could be decent. I feel like it's like not super worth 5k points though, because that's not making it into the final game, technically speaking. But I don't know, that could be good enough for them. Yeah, it would be easier to set up the name and object when I start actually working on templates of things. But I think it would also be neat to where, like, somebody could propose a name that gets set onto characters, I think. Just have a small chance for an enemy or breakable object to have a different display name than usual. And it could just be something funny where just like some random grunt is named Bob type deal. Comment could make it into the final game unless that is a personal preference. You said add a comment to your code base. Like, for example, this, right? That doesn't. This is literally the way that comments work in almost any programming language. Especially a compiled programming language such as C#, which, technically speaking, yes, C# just does go to the, CIL, the C# intermediary language. But even then, when it gets compiled down to CIL, comments are gone. It does not need these. It does not live in the it doesn't live in the executable. It doesn't live in the DLL. It doesn't live in the intermediate language. It doesn't live anywhere. So it does not make it. We'll know they are there. They aren't. They literally aren't. Because that's not what goes into an assembly. A DLL assembly is literally just the CIL. You don't see the source code. Like, it literally only will exist in the source code. And we talk about, like, the difficulty of reverse engineering code to do, like, full decompilation of something. Next you're going to tell me Santa isn't real. I know. I'm big like that. Big time follower attribute. Are we talking, like, an actual C# attribute? It's an interesting concept. Interesting concept. That is an interesting concept. The thing about that third tier is that VIP Diamond is supposed to be a, one of the regen things. Actually, out of curiosity. No, you're still Gen 1. Gen 2, you get VIP Diamond. That's how it works here, and there is no skipping that. And the thing about doing something that's, like, that big, 100,000 points, is that people just stop spending points on other things. Everybody stops spending points on other things. They will save up for the big thing. And that makes me sad, because that's the thing. Regen used to work like that. Regen used to be 65k points, and then nobody headpat me. Nobody told me to hydrate. It sucked, because everybody was saving up. I was just like, oh, why don't you do this, or why don't you do that? And everybody's answer to that question was, I am saving up for regen.
Reminder to maintain hydration levels.
Was not aware there was a minigame in our liquor lab. Ah, well, that's what we have the document for. You can check it out there. Yay. It's not really a mini game so much as it's just a gamified progression system that I added to the channel, and it's a new cheese.
Headpats incoming.
I got hit that. Yeah, cheese doesn't leave. The thing is that I turn cheese off whenever, it's like a multiplayer stream type thing. Where I need to, like, because cheese takes time. I have to drop what I'm doing, go open up VTube Studio, fly the cheese around, and then, you know, go like this, and I have to keep my eyes closed, and that's kind of less manageable when I'm playing a real-time multiplayer game, such as Deep Rock Galactic, or, you know, Cackrowcraft. Like, I don't want to have to tell somebody, hey, hang on a second, I have to go flail around, on screen for, like, 30 seconds. While still in Minecraft, because that's just rude. What's Nyanable? Yeah, where was I? I actually might, I think it's just trying to do. I'll just use it because, like, this does get set afterwards. So I'll just do equipable weapon instance, initialize new weapon, item base level. That's gonna be how that works. A little manageable, more like manageable. I guess it's kind of weak. Sorry, might need some workshopping. I think what you're looking for is manageable. Manageable. So yeah, so whether or not an equipable weapon instance needs to be, like, fully instantiated, now all we really need to do is... No! It's just manageable. Is nice and simple, and it hits, like, you cannot actually interpret manageable as manageable. There's so many things. I mean, there actually isn't any things that it doesn't map to any English word. I think there's an entire syllable missing. There is an entire syllable missing. Manageable is literally the pun you would make with it. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. We need to equip this player. That's the part of it, is that I wanted to look at the equipable weapon. So initialize new weapon. That's what I needed to figure out. And then I need to figure out the normal sort of setup for this. That's right, equipable weapons are actually part of the base equipable abstract class. So we call equipped to player. It is just that. Interesting. Interesting. You initialize new weapon. Does initialize new weapon need a player? Initialize new weapon doesn't need a player. Should be in bed, but I'm also old meds because the pharmacy is out of the ADHD med and I'm locked in right now. Kind of feel that. So we do equip. If I go check equipable weapon, and when we do on equip, just do something like this. We set our equip to player. Transform.set parent to the player transform. So equip will, of course, change the transform parent. And then we need to figure out on equip. Go to equipable weapon on equip. Is that even used? No. Where do we store the weapons we have equipped? Huh? What do you mean? Does the player not actually understand the concept of having weapons equipped? Like, where are we actually storing the weapons that were equipped? Like, because we have a drawn weapon and previously drawn weapon. Do we really not have a thing that's, like, keeping track of the weapons we have equipped? Christ. That's... Huh. Okay. Ugh. Wow, there's a lot more framework missing to this than I thought. Yikes. There is a player weapon holder component that's part of the player. Which also seems to not have any sort of data structure keeping track of the weapons we have equipped. By the way, there's a difference. So equipped means it's in our backpack. Drawn means it's out and in our hand and ready to shoot. Anything that is holstered is like staying in our backpack, not ready to shoot. It needs to be drawn first. I could change the phrasing to be better about that, but I don't care. It works well enough the way it is. I did not realize that there just was not proper storage of what weapons we have. Yeah, because like we have a max weapons variable and it is not used anywhere. Wacky. Part of it is also like player weapon holder is mostly supposed to be used for like actually handling the current weapon. I think what we need is we probably actually want a new component that is called player inventory. I think that's going to be what we end up doing. I did not realize we were missing this much framework. Where you need a new component, mod a behavior script, player inventory. Alright. Move it to namespace toaster gun. And let's figure this out. I think we do already have the concept of equipable contraption, even though they're not fully functional yet. So we can put contraptions here. We probably don't have hop-ups as a concept yet. Because we have equipable contraption, and then base contraption behavior needs to stub at the moment. The thing is that I think we're gonna have to still figure out how the fuck hop-ups work, but that's gonna be very much down the line. I mostly want to get weapons working first. Hop-ups is going to be like one of the most important mechanics of the game, but I kind of need a lot more of the base systems in place before we can really start working on how hop-ups are implemented. For the moment, we are going to do the following. I think this is just going to be a set of kind of read-only-ish properties where I do a list of equipable weapons. Get credit set. Make it a new list. You can also go ahead and throw in a list of equipable contraptions. Equipped contraptions is a new list. Actually, I should be able to do this. We have the technology. We don't need the specifiers back here. These will not be public-facing for now. Or at least they won't be serialized public-facing just yet. Here, single protocol, Tengu. It's all over the place, honestly. The evening's all over the place, I think. Okay. We will want a reference. Wrong button. Oh, that is the wrong button. Here we go. To the player status. That is what equips the weapons. As such, we'll probably also want player status to have a reference to the inventory. So let's create a phone referencer for that. Yay! Players have so many things they have to keep track of. Okay. Another thing is that I can actually specify a list size here. Capacity of 2, because that's the default capacity for weapons, and then we will adjust that as necessary due to effects and things like that. One of those things is I do want a variable here to say how many weapons we can equip. It is supposed to be modifiable. Because, so like the base number of weapons you can equip is 2. There's also going to be a contraption, non-stackable contraption called the weapon sling that gives you +1 weapon slot. And then Amaterasu, the character, also passively gets +1 weapon slots, which means that in total you can have up to 4 weapons ever in the game. But, obviously, we do still need to have a system such that we can expand the weapon slots as necessary. And maybe somebody will come along with a mod that gives you 5 slots. Which, at that point, then you won't be able to actually select the 5th slot, because the earliest you won't be able to directly select the 5th slot, because I'm only allowing the player to bind 1 through 4 at the moment. But the mod can handle adding an extra binding for a 5th slot, maybe. However the hell they want to do that. For now, the way things are going to work is I'm going to have a field, serialized field, public int, base, weapon capacity, get private set equals 2. You know what? We'll also have a public int weapon capacity bonus. Which is initialized at 0. We'll still need like a method to set that, of course. So the player status is still going to, it seems like, handle what weapon we have currently drawn. And then weapons are kind of going to handle themselves whenever they are holstered. Or whenever they need to holster is the thing. So beyond that, player inventory mostly just needs to keep track of them. Part of the way that the player inventory is going to work is that, obviously, if we want to, like, switch weapons incrementally, you know, next weapon to previous weapon, we do need to know what order they're in, which is where we get equipped weapons from. If we press one of the number keys to equip a specific weapon, we also want to reference this list to check the IDs, or the indices, even. Those are going to be the functions of the inventory in terms of weapons. We also, of course, want to have the inventory be able to drop a weapon, which will be a thing that it kind of needs to do. Also, that is exactly why, if we look at weapon info, the weapon info will keep a dropped item prefab. So, yes, each weapon is going to have a corresponding item equipable weapon prefab, and that is primarily just to, there'll probably be, like, there's going to be one prefab, and then every weapon is going to be a prefab variant that has literally just the model swapped out, and then, like, the appropriate effects are changed depending on the weapon's rarity. And then, obviously, it'll just change out the weapon info that's been linked in it. That's probably going to be how it ends up being handled. So each one will just store the changes from it to the central dropped item prefab that's then used for all the other weapons prefabs. Could also be some automation that could be handled instead of that, where the dropped item prefab is set up based on prototype information. But the prefab variant system in Unity already kind of handles that pretty decently. Part of what's supposed to happen is that, like, obviously weapons, I probably envision weapons like spinning in place, you know, classic Quake, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas kind of thing. But in order to make sure that the weapon is kind of spinning on like a center of mass that looks appropriate for it, I'd want to make sure that it's positioned correctly in its prefab. I could also make it so that the position is determined by a value within weapon info, and then like a game object reference or a set of references to meshes or something like that. That is then just like swapped out with the object on the central item prefab. But again, prefab variants kind of cover this already pretty decently, I'd say. I think all I need to do is just create a prefab variant for it. I could also make an automation, an editor script that could do that. But for now, it's going to be like this. So. Excuse me. The way it's going to be work is we're going to handle putting a weapon in the inventory. Public void equip equipable weapon. This will just blindly add the weapon to the list. It will not handle any of the swapping or dropping just yet. Adds weapon to the player's inventory. I'm gonna add a remarks. Does not handle dropping weapons. I probably actually do still want to set something up to where I have like a weapon swap. I could also just do something where I just change the index of the equipped weapon to that. In fact, I could actually add that as a parameter. Int index equals -1. We can add that as a parameter here. Changes the... Sorry. If specified, moves the weapon to the appropriate index in the equip list used when swapping weapons. Weapon to be added to our inventory. Cool. Actually, we can realign this here. Got an I here. Whoops. There we go. And that's pretty easy to do. We'll actually kind of pull kind of exactly this stuff. Well, actually, literally all we need is equip. So for now, it will be like the following. To equipped weapons, add our weapon. Is there a, let's actually do something. Hang on. If index is greater than or equal to 0, I think there is a separate value, a separate method for this. Equip weapons, insert at index weapon, and then else we simply add it. Also, if weapon is null, short circuit, or guard clause. Equipped weapons is null, initialize it. Base capacity plus weapon capacity bonus. If we have specified an index, insert it. Otherwise, simply just add it to the end. The idea would be that if we are swapping, then right after we discard that weapon, we'll like keep the index that it was from our inventory, and then feed that into this variable. That's gonna be how that works. Then we do weapon, equip, to player status, which will perform its on equip value, on equip behavior. You know what? Let's also add another parameter here. Bool equip equals... Actually, I'll put this... No, yeah, we'll put it here. Not equip, draw. Immediately draw the weapon as our active weapon. This will probably be useful when swapping weapons. Because the idea is that we swap our active weapon with the weapon we're about to pick up. Now check if draw. We do player status. Draw weapon, I want to say. And actually just look at how we do the prototype. Yeah, we do draw weapon. Weapon. I do believe equip does change the transform parent. Yes, it does. Perfect. That's equip weapon. You can also go ahead and throw in a baseline of public void discard weapon. Equipable weapon, weapon. Bool drop equals true. We'll keep the index somewhere else. We don't really need that here. So when we discard weapon, first of all, if weapon or equipped weapons contains, specifically does not contain our weapon, then don't do anything. Otherwise, do the following. In theory, I think what's going to happen is if we are not dropping the weapon, I think we are safe to delete the weapon. But maybe not. I think we'll handle that very specifically. We'll simply just disable it and leave it floating in the void. We'll remove it from our equipped weapons. And then if drop... Technically speaking, we should actually be able to do this. Watch this. Not the perfect solution for this, but if we do, we probably still want to have some extra logic for this. This will be very placeholder. The idea would be, we're gonna make a drop for it. To do that, we need air drop item equals we will do instantiate weapon dot info, weapon info, dropped item prefab, instantiating that. I believe we want player inventory transform position. And for now, we could probably also do transform rotation as well. That makes sense. And that'll be how that is instantiated. I can now use explicit type. It's actually set as item equipable weapon, so we don't need to do get component on it because it has been it's instantiated the entire game object. Even though the variable here corresponds to the component, doing instantiate will instantiate the entire object rather than just a component. Fun, useful thing. Just be careful with your object references, because when you do this with an abstract class or a class that is now being referenced to something that is inheriting from another class, Unity crashes them. Or at least it did back in 2021. I don't know if it still does that, but I generally like to be careful with that. So we instantiate it, and then we do drop item, set weapon instance, our weapon. We can actually check. So it will also reset the weapon transform and set the game object to false, or to disabled. And then else, we'll kind of manually just leave it floating in the void. Leave it floating in the void to do whatever else with it. Isn't there a clear parent? No, there isn't. Set parent. No. You can actually let world position stays be true on that. Typically, that's default value set parent. Or the default parameter of that thing. And then weapon game object set active. This removes the weapon from the player's inventory. If true, the weapon will instantiate its assigned dropped item prefab and attach to it. Weapon to Wait. Draw weapon doesn't actually set drawn weapon? Interesting. How about we just make a method for that, honestly? That does that for us, because that is criminal. I imagine it's probably just something from very early code. We have a draw weapon here. Hang on a second. We have a draw weapon here. Why am I not using this? Why am I not using this? Hold on. I'm actually using player status to draw a weapon. This is the first time we're using draw weapon? Is there a reason this wasn't being used? We said draw weapon, use weapon. Object active, which I guess this doesn't do, but you know, that's because the game object is active, so it's a prototype thing. Call weapon holder dot on weapon draw. We set muzzle attachment, set parent. Do weapon dot draw weapon, but I think it's also done in the start code. Yes, it is. And then update drum weapon, which isn't called. Which just invokes this method if anything is bound to it. Is something bound to it. Nothing is bound to it at the moment. Interesting. Alright, well, let's see if we can use this in this way. Inventory dot equip weapon. Prototype equip weapon. True on draw. Don't need an index. It's just gonna add it. And that should do everything, honestly. We just need to make sure that we add the player inventory to the player object. Let's collapse this stuff. As it stands, I think I'm moving the prototype equipped weapon thing to the player inventory in the near future. Alright. And then, does it still equip the SMG correctly? It does, but it also equips it with less ammo. Which is interesting. Hang on. Let me go to equipable weapon. What's our initialize new weapon thing? If weapon info, ammo equals weapon info dot base ammo capacity. And then it says current ammunition to ammo. Wait. Oh, you know what? I know what I'm missing. I know what I'm missing. Prototype equipped weapon needs to be initialized at level 1. And then it'll work. I forgot to actually add that back. That was in the code before. And then when I was changing it over to actually use the inventory code, I forgot to add that back. Now, you know, it starts out at 30 ammo. It's a little faster than it was before, funnily enough. Reload. I should make sure that it auto start reloads when you run out of ammo. That needs to happen. I've just been dragging my feet on it. Alright, so that's now part of the code done. Alright. So here's something we need to know. What we're gonna need is an interactable that goes on the weapon, or the, item form of the weapon. You remember how this works. We probably need item equipable weapon to implement handle player interact. Implement interface. Can interact. At the moment, I'm thinking true. Just return true for now. There might be situations in which we want the player to not be able to pick up a new weapon. I just can't think off the top of my head what it should be. Handle interact. This is gonna be the funky part. I'm just gonna throw in here for now a to-do. I think actually what I'm gonna do is I think we just call collect on it, right? If I go look at another item that's handled automatically, right? I'm gonna look at, like, item money. It's from base entity item. Yeah, it's a collect method. Item behavior auto pickup, we'll just call item.collect. Cool. And then item.collect, I believe, will also handle stuff like we're being collected by the player, unassign us from a room, so we no longer are handled by the room. We will start doing the collect animation. So we don't destroy it yet, but I do think at the end of collect animation routine, we do destroy ourselves, yes. So that makes sense. That's the base entity item. So yeah, that's probably actually how it works. Is handle interact. When we interact, we will just call collect on ourselves. Easy peasy. I don't think there's currently a situation. We might need to check You know, for example, to do check if to do if player's current weapon shouldn't be changed. Actually, if player is at max weapons and their current weapon shouldn't be changed, this should fail. You're right. You're right. I mean, I do it both ways, and technically speaking, I can search it by both. But you're right, I probably should be doing it as capital to do. Okay, that'll be a situation in which we want that to happen. Also want to have a to-do handle when interact shouldn't happen. So I believe, for example, room door. Room door is an I handle player interact. When we handle interact, yeah, handle interact still handles us not being able to do it. Actually, no, because can interact. In fact, does not handle all of that. Yeah, I think for now we'll assume that we can, in fact, collect the item from the weapon and be on it. We will assume that that works. It is late. I do need to start wrapping up. It sucks. I didn't get all that much done today. I think it's just a lazy week for me. I think that's part of it. I do need to... So I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to come back, and once we come back, we are going to drop in on a friend of ours. Do stick around. I go over the schedule as well. Wow. Gassy. Go over the schedule. I'm very excited for our Saturday and our Sunday streams. 10 km? What's 10 km? Anyways. Yeah. Bathroom. BRB. Sorry that took a minute. Actually, oh, you know what? Hang on. I actually do want to, real quick, I thought of something on the toilet. I'm gonna add some air handling here. If we discard the weapon and it doesn't have the dropped item prefab, I want that to not do anything with it. Actually, push that over here. Type and rock and drop prefab. If drop and drop prefab. That way we're not accessing that twice. Cache the variable there. Awesome. I'm gonna start closing all this down. I'm going to push to my Git all the shit I did today. We did a lot of shit. Git. Where's my Git? There we go. Specifically GitHub, of course. I will also go ahead and push the stream loading tip that was added today. Let that push. Tester gun. A lot of changed files. Welcome back, Amy. Good timing. Yeah, I am working on ending. I am currently pushing to the GitHub. Guess I'm just, yeah, most of this is relevant to working on weapons, I think. Work on weapon equipping. Commit 37 files to main and push that fucker. We tested and it worked, as far as I know. I didn't get to test a whole lot else other than the fact that we were able to equip the prototype weapon with the new methods that we added. That's going to be for picking up new weapons. So all of that should work. I don't know if I'm going to be doing a whole lot else this week. Tomorrow's gaming. I never actually did get around to setting things up for tomorrow's stream, so we probably end up doing some default dwarfing, possibly. We could also do something else, maybe some Team Fortress 2. I have trading cards from playing MGS3. That's funny. I'll be selling those probably, or turning them to gems. We're playing Metal Gear Solid 3 on Sunday, that is. Because Olivia's having me go through the entire Metal Gear Solid series. And so she's actually kind of co-hosting with me on the MGS gaming. So if you want to hang out with us whilst we're doing that, that's on Sunday. Saturday, though, so before that, is, of course, Catgirlcraft. I am excited for actually starting to get ready to get into factory gauge stuff. I have a cool fucking design, by the way. I was, like, up the other night. I mostly just wanted to kind of figure out a general design for a compact auto-crafter module building type thing, and then kind of went extra and decided to basically turn it into a recreation of the assembling machine from Factorio. It's really cool, and I'm probably just going to schematic cannon that into the world on Saturday, and then get that hooked into the system and really start automating my workshop. That's gonna be so fun. Beyond that, yeah, and then Thursday, either Deep Rock or TF2. We'll see how I feel on that day. And then, you know, Monday and Tuesday, nothing, and then Wednesday, Gamedev. Hopefully we can actually have some more actual gameplay stuff. Or I could also just work on some more modeling things. That's another thing. And yeah, that's it. And then y'all know the drill. We're gonna drop in a friend of ours. Just stick around. Here, get rid of this. I stop seeing a exclamation mark. What the fuck is that? Matchington Mansion. Go fuck yourself. Let's look at the raid browser. I think I'm gonna do default raid message just because today was annoying. Actually, no, I think our raid message is going to be, damn it, Blender, make up your mind on what is forward. Damn it, Blender, make up your mind on what is forward. I feel like almost every single issue I have with Blender exporting FBXs has to do with the fact that Blender cannot fucking make up its mind on what is considered forward. Negative Y is considered forward, but also Z is considered forward, but also Z is not considered forward, and there's, like, X can be considered forward, and then, like, if you set this setting, it's actually Y that's forward. Like, positive Y. It's so weird. And then it wants to put things at the tips of bones rather than at the base of bones. That's annoying. I'm tired of that. Anyways. Yes, that's our raid message. Y'all know the drill. You can unlock the emote using channel points. F69 is forward. What does that mean? Anyways. You know the drill. You can unlock that emote using channel points if you're not subscribed. It is very affordable here to just pick emote and unlock that specific emote. Otherwise, we have the free version right there. Or you can simply just type the text of our raid message. Again, it's the damn it, Blender, make up your mind on what is forward. Is that. And then we're going to drop in a friend of ours. Let's see who we got online. Take a look at raid browser. Take a quick gander at software and Gamedev. Yeah. Not seeing anything super interesting. Flip over to my following tab. See who's on. See who's on from my usual suspects. Not seeing a whole lot on today. There's Crease doing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I might actually do that. You don't often see a Crease stream that I actually want to raid in on. Diesel's also on. We've probably raided Diesel a lot more recently. Yeah, last minute head pat, right? Probably rated Diesel a lot more recently than Crease. But we do also really like Diesel. Galley is also doing Minecraft. But we've also, I think we literally rated Galley last stream. So you want me to. So it's probably going to be either Diesel or Crease. We rated Diesel 2 times in the past 30 days. Meanwhile, your career decreased once in the last 30 days. I think we drop in on Grace. I think that's the plan. Start that. Put you over here, and then start getting ready. Again, the raid message is that. Make sure you unlock that channel point, the emote with channel points, and then with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, everything in between, thank you very much for tuning into my stream. I'll see you guys next time that I'm on. Till then, this is Katon, over and out.